Good morning. It's Thursday, the 5th of February, 2026. The market is expressing their opinion here this morning. If you happen to be on your charts yet, we had a dump from 69.20 to 68.55 last. So, it's pretty good. Welcome to Risk Neutral Trading. This is my virtual trading journal. I stream every morning from 0800 right now through 1500 Central Standard Time. Every day, trading day. That is my that is the cash session. I do that in order to. It's about a 7-hour stream. That's because I have a commitment to not take any trades off of the stream for full transparency and accountability. And I trade live, my own funded live account with AMP futures funded by me. So I'm not I'm not licensed to provide trade or financial advice, and that's not intended. There's a disclaimer in the description here, so you can read that. But I do trade live, like I said, so it's kind of a double-edged sword here. Take it for what it's worth. All of my charts are Central Standard Time, and any times that I refer to are Central Standard. The reason for this stream, besides the accountability and transparency, is I don't multitask very well. So all of my video is captured here through the entire day, and my voiceover or this narration provides insight as to what I was thinking at the time. I don't have to screen snap or type or do anything to maintain the journal. So it's pretty handy for me. I can stay focused on what I'm trying to do. All right, that's the goal. That's the idea anyway. Let's get on with the numbers, of which there are some. We're teasing with opening gap. Well, we were gap down a minute ago, and now we're above it again. So anyway, we had quite a few numbers out this morning so far, and will continue to be so. We've had continuing initial jobless claims continuing. We've got JOLTS supposedly out at 9. Let's see if that comes through. FOMC speaker, and now this is investing.com, which is a completely, but all of my news sources here are free. Hi, Panda. All of my news sources here are free, and I keep them that way. That's why you see all these ads floating around. I figured that anybody that comes through the stream would be a good thing to have these resources free if possible. I can't do anything about Bookmap or IRT. Those are paid, so what are you going to do? This is investing.com, as I said, free. You can filter it for whatever and wherever you are, time zone, reports, etc. And also a couple real handy things about investing.com, which I like. Notice how all of these titles here, these event titles, are a URL. You can click on that and it'll take you to a page with the history, all of the recent reports, etc. And you don't see any non-traditional economic reports or numbers in this calendar, which I appreciate. Also, we have earnings, and we are in the middle of earnings season now. This is Amazon. These are the earnings reporting just today. Just today. So yeah, it's earnings season. What do you want? The other, the other news source I use is called Financial Juice. And it is similarly free. Of course, you can. They always remind you can pay for it if you'd like. Now it's a little different, and I appreciate this. Remember, I said that on investing.com, it's only traditional stuff. Well, this one has things that aren't traditionally economic or revenue numbers or reports, but that we've all come to recognize recently have potential market disruption. Yeah, Panda. Hold on. For example, Trump's attending a prayer breakfast at 7:30. That's interesting. White House press briefing at 12. You'll never see these things on the, you'll never see this stuff on investing.com. Also, then on the right side over here is much more of a squawk box feeling. Okay, move on to the important parts now, which is the pre-market. And we have a pretty interesting pre-market underway. So here is Bookmap. This is my basic execution software. I put this blue line over here. I call him Blue Boy. It's nothing more than just a vertical line, and I put it on the first print of every session. You see, there's yesterday's ETH and RTH, and last night's ETH, etc. That is just, and the reason I do that is so that I can just glance left and see the complete session in view. Here was overnight all the way up until 5 o'clock this morning, and kaboom, 60 handles. Yeah, just hold on, Pen. Now, the other system that I use is IRT, excuse me, which is my charting software. And this is the micros, micro ES, micro NQ, my micro ES full session micro composite chart, and the ES, mini ES market profile. I also plot these same four configuration here in the minis. But since I'm trading the micros now, that's my focus. Panda, stand by. I'm trying to do something here. Well, my cat's demanding. So, what? You want to say hi? Is Antonio there? Huh? Okay. So there we go. The pre-market. Well, this is the RTH session. ETH session, Jesus. And here's our RTH. What have we done so far today over this ETH period? We are 100% short inventory, potentially opening on a gap low, but only at 5 o'clock, since 5 o'clock. In this typical scenario, when we have 100% inventory one way or another, essentially, I would expect some responsive buying to take profit. But I'm not sure what this big dump was about. It was well ahead of any economic reporting, so I have yet to see anything in the news that would indicate to me what that's about. So be really, really, really careful today, and remember that your primary mission as a trader is to preserve your account, and you do that by managing risk. Period. So this is the micro composite chart, which is real simple. Now you'll notice on any of the IRT charting, there's the instrument, the chart type, and the periodicity, and the session. So in this micro composite, this is a daily chart. These are the RTH, what, baby? RTH session. Stand by. Let me see what's wrong with her. Hold on. All right, back to the job at hand now. So right now we've crossed back under the previous RTH close again. So if we maintain this posture, we will be opening in a gap down situation. Notice that I put my gap high marker over here just in case. Anyway, so this is the micro composite, back to the business here, the micro composite chart. And these are daily candlesticks. Wherever price overlaps, I draw a volume profile around them. Simple. Here's where we're trading right now, this little white nub down here. There's yesterday's candle. We're out of range. The volume profile will generate these high and low volume nodes, which are the red and green lines, and those push to bookmap. The micro composite VPOC, which incidentally is at 69.44, which, 45-ish, which has been a big number for 2 weeks now. And then the highs and lows I enter manually. The session prices in bookmap I also push to. The session prices in IRT also push to bookmap. Bookmap. Okay. The micro composite chart deals are here. Levels and values. This is the high and low volume node pushed from IRT to bookmap. And this is the dome, or, level order book, dome, price ladder, whatever you want to call it. These are resting liquidity. These are resting orders. They're limit orders. They're not market, obviously. And there you have it. This is the full session volume profile that started plotting last night at 1700. And this is the previous day's RTH. This is my statistics column, which is really important to me, and these are the session prices. Now, let me say from the outset here that you'll notice there's no indicators or levels or complicated stuff on my IRT, on my bookmap. I have POC for both full session and RTH. And that is nothing more than the price at which the most contracts have traded so far in the session. So far in the full session, we've traded 2,913 right there at 06. The minute that we trade more, 2,914 at any one of these levels, this is going to move. There's a full session RT VWAP and an RTH VWAP, and there's an RTH mid. Another level that gives some confusion often is the IB high and low because of the naming. It stands for initial balance. It's an old market profile thing. These levels only, the simple answer is these levels just represent the high and the low of the first 1 hour of the RTH trading session. That's it. The rest of this stuff is just straight up, previous low, developing value area low, overnight mid. It's, you can't miss. Okay. The statistics now are next, and they are real important, as I said. The first thing I do is determine the open type statistically for the day. And at this moment, we are looking to open lower out of range, because here's where we open. If we open right here, right now, there's the open, and there's close from yesterday. So we are lower. And there's yesterday's low on the RTH, and we're out below there. So technically, we could open gap low, and I'm going to tell you why I don't like that stuff. So I'm going to change this to lower out of range as an example. And if we open in range, it will be lower in range. I do that column title every day so that when I do a screen snap or the stream, I can see that title and instantly know a lot of data about the overnight. Then we're going to clear the notes because all of these statistics from yesterday don't apply anymore. And we're going to look at today. And those statistics come from right here. This was yesterday. We have now determined we're going to probably likely open down here, either here or here. We won't certainly open higher. I would be flabbergasted. So, assuming that we're going to open lower out of range, how does this work? The system looks back at the most recent 1,670 days, trading days. Of those days, we opened lower out of range, 245 of them. Of the days where we opened lower out of range, we revisited the overnight volume point of control 74.7 times. Overnight volume point of control 74.7. Overnight low 71. And what am I doing here? I'm just going down the list. Point of control, low, IB high, overnight mid. That's all I'm going to do. And the IB high is way above us. Let's look for the IB low quickly. IB low is 60.8, just because I want to make an example of this for you. Now, I always put, and you should always put these initials, because remember the definition. The minute we open the RTH session, this price is going to jump down here below wherever we open. We'll no longer, the flag will no longer be here, so I will wonder what the hell was at 60.8. I will know it was the IB low from yesterday. 58.2 is the overnight mid. Oh. Previous low, 66.1. Now, I hope that the reality of these statistics are jumping out at you. If we're going to get to 70.0%, we got to get past 66.1 likely, right? Well, maybe not, because we're opening lower than there. But let's look up here. Yeah, no, they're all lining up pretty well. The point of the story is these are not hard, fast targets or lines in the sand. These are statistics, probabilities. They give you the probability of success. If I'm going to target, for whatever reason, the overnight low, I should expect about 71% of the time it's going to revisit that price, period. Now, keep a close eye on the open here, and my version of a gap is the previous RTH high or low and the current RTH session open. So that's why I've put this flag over here. Micro composite VPOC gap high. That will be the gap high if we opened right here, right now. It's very simple. Okie dokie. I probably am missing something, but I'm not going to worry about it at this previous close. That's usually a biggie. 41. Oh, that's not what I had in mind. What the hell is going on here? I didn't want to do that. Very bad. 51.2 is a previous close. Now, that's the probability that we get back up here to yesterday's close, yesterday's RTH close. And that's as close to 50-50 as you're going to get, I guess. All right, so there we have the statistics. Now, it's probably worth pointing out here that, God damn, what is going on? Jesus. It's probably worth pointing out here that we need to be able to trade. So in order to trade on IRT, on Bookmap, man, I need to go back to bed, sorry. You need to activate the trade control panel right there. And then you need to select a method you will use to interact with the application and trade with your mouse. If you choose chart, the only place you can trade with the mouse is the trade control column or trade active data column. The only place you can trade with the dome are the dome columns, and both is, as you might guess, both. Now, I do a few things right after this. First, I've selected statistics, and I'm using my AMP account. Then I'm going to do multi-brackets. This is where I implement the risk-neutral methodology to my trading system, and brackets, which is critical for risk management. The smallest risk-neutral package you can use is a 2-lot because it needs to be even. Boom. Then you select a stop for the entire package, and this should have been determined long before this point in time. This is 12 ticks. You need to consider your risk account risk parameters, volatility, etc. After these two are selected, you have the first risk neutral scale automatic. It's for half of the package and for the same number of ticks positively as the stop is negative. And then there's the runner. And you can do whatever you want after that, you know. Now, I also am using a Execution Pro because I have determined that the most profitable scenario is to scale to entry after T1. So there we have that. Okay, when I come back over here, notice that it's green. I have all the metrics up here that are reflected over here. You can turn these off or on if you want. I know it's a 2-lot. I don't need these tools for anything else. So I can click this button again. I get my real estate back. I have cancel and close, and we're ready to trade. And now I need to do something else that I do every day, which is the TLab snap. And that is, as I said, something I do every day at 8:20 or thereabouts, close as I can. I do two snaps in here a day. I do the numbers around 6 o'clock in the morning, and then I do this snap. And you see why I don't multitask very well. So the TLab snap is, well, first of all, the TLab is a bookmap Discord chat room called the Traders Lab. Started by a guy named Tom B, and I was real active in there for a long time, and I learned a lot, and I appreciate it very much, and I'm still friends and come and go. But I focus on this stream, which is basically a suggestion from Tom also. But every day I make this snap at 8:20 to give all of those folks in there the numbers that might be applicable to them and that they might be interested in, depending on what kind of software they have. Okay. Now I'm going to do something here that I do. Okay. I am going to yeah. So the TLab is a bookmap Discord chat room initiated or led by a guy named Tom B. And notice how they keep pushing the overnight low lower. By Tom B. Whoever he is, he's a self-proclaimed professional trader with 46 plus years of trading. And I believe him. And I use that term measuredly because I've never seen his accounts. I've, verified account, broker statements, or any of that stuff. He doesn't trade live, and he doesn't call trades. But I believe what he's saying. You know what I mean? I have to be transparent and honest here. I don't know that I've not ever seen hard proof of that stuff. So I think it's important to be clear about that. There's a good group of people in there. And it's the only place I recommend on the, besides here. And it is, as I said, I tip my hat to them and put those two snaps in and do this explanation of the TLab every trading day. As a thank you to Tom and all the people that are there, Rod and Lefty and Garrett, everybody, Harry, etc., who are now in a lot of those guys are in a Static, which is a private Discord thing I can't do anything about by Rod. I would recommend that, but it's, it's private. What can I do? We're going to open now in about 6 minutes, so stand by for that. Viciously ahead of schedule here. I'm not sure why. I must have forgotten something, but got the reports, got the pre-market, we've got the risk neutral, we've set up our book map for trading. I don't know what else might be, but here we are. We're just bobbing around down here at this high volume node. Remember that these high and low volume nodes push automatically from the micro composite chart. So here's where we're trading, right there on that high volume node, which goes way back to January 21st. If we fall out of this micro composite into this no man's land down here, you better hook in and hang on, boys and girls. That's just that's my interpretation of it. I am extremely cautious. I'm only taking my vetted trades around the initial balance. It's been, yesterday was the 7th loss in a row. Now that is by the statistics with my backtesting, that's the limit. That was the maximum consecutive loss or stop in a row. Backtesting that strategy specifically over 498 days and 1,126 something trades. So I'm bumping right up on needing to be concerned. Up until yesterday, it was within the parameters. So, nothing's broken. And here we are. What's going on else? I mentioned about the headers, I hope. Yes, I did. Looks like they're going to be pretty intent on this opening, on this gap low. So that would be a gap open. Gap rules would apply. Not much of gap rules going to happen here. We're only talking about 5 handles, aren't we? 47. Oh, no. Jesus Christ. I'm got my range out of whack here. So this is 47-ish, 46-ish, and this is 62. This is a substantial gap. 15 handles. Substantial. We've been all over the board lately. And if for some reason in the next minute and a half they run it up here, it will not be a gap low anymore. It's that simple. And I'll, bitch and moan a lot and then have to change my column title and review my statistics and all that stuff. Here's our previous open. Almost an even 100 points. Look at there. There's 48.50 and we opened at 49.50 yesterday. And we're going to open this bad boy in 30 seconds here. Let's see if the volume profile resets. Otherwise, mute your thing while I burst forth in profanity. My wife and daughter kid me about being bilingual, that I speak English and profanity. They are multilingual, so they have every room to talk. Well, there we go. Wow, that's pretty amazing. It's actually early by 6 seconds. Okay, so I need to note that. I will adjust that. Wow, that's pretty cool. I will adjust that. That's the first time that's happened automatically in a while. I'm shocked. Standing here in shock as we speak. And we definitely opened gap low, so we are in a gap rules open. And wow, look at them hammer it. I'm now going to change my charting to RTH session only, and you do that in IRT. It's really tough. You do this right here. There you go. Got a big lag going on here. It's not a good thing. A lot of data coming down the pipe. I gotta say, this machine, I don't know what to do about it. It's not the machine, because I look at the I look at the usage percentages on the Armory crate, and it's all in the 30s. It's the system itself. Now, I have discovered that IRT doesn't multi-thread. What they have done is they've enabled us to run instances of the software on the same machine. So you can have, I guess, I don't know what really, I guess you can have them work in different threads or course. Now here we are down here, gap down. POC's dropping down. So what am I going to do first? Well, first thing I'm going to do is slap Blue Boy on the job. My real expensive, super proprietary indicator here. And there we go. Why do we do that? As I said in the pre-market, I want to be able to, hey, Antonio, bom dia, tudo bem? Cuidado, huh? I'm a polizia, fica maluca. This thing is all over the board and falling out of bed hard. I don't know what exactly happened at about 5:30, but you can see over here we were essentially in the hole all night, and then kaboom, at 5:30 they've dropped out and we're open gap down. So I don't know. I'd say you do manage your risk and trade successfully, so no need to preach to you. Gap rules. If we close the gap relatively early in the session, and there's the gap low, so I'm going to do, now doesn't make sense. What happened to the open? If we close the gap relatively early in the session, there's a high probability that we'll trade across the previous value area. The problem is yesterday wasn't really a value area. Yeah, it's pretty well balanced, I guess you could say. Remember that here is now that we're on RTH session. This is now yesterday's RTH profile, and here we are down here. If we close the gap and are accepted in price, in value, there's a high probability we'll trade across it. So says the gap rules. And I'm looking for the open over here. And it's supposed to be at 68.53 half. Thank you, IRT. See right there? OP. 68.53 half. Oh, that's about completely bullshit. We didn't open up here. Well, we might have, I guess. We might have opened up here and then just dropped like a rock. I'm going to give this a minute to shake out before I start putting these things over here. We're going to close the gap now, so I guess it doesn't matter much, but I'm going to put this in here just for the sake of the stream. And this is gap low. Gap low 050226. I do all of these things, and yeah, it might look pretty, yeah, there we are. It might look pretty stupid that I'm doing these things, after the fact, but this is for the stream. And remember, this is my virtual journal, so I can replay this when I replay the stream, when I want to check out what's going on, or I have seen that. I want to have these values be correct. No closey. No closey posy here. We got the low, we got the high. Well, this is looking pretty cool. I'm pretty encouraged by that. It was 12 seconds different a little bit early, so I'll postpone that, push that out a little bit. That'd be great. Yeah. Well, there you go. There you go. Here you are. There you are. Now we've closed the gap on the NQ, which is not surprising. Did they even open gap? Yeah, they did. Open gap down. And the minis, let's see what's the world of that is. The minis have almost closed it. Again with the micros. Again with the NQ. This doesn't make sense to me. Oh, yes, it does. Okay. Sorry. I got about 1,000 Discord messages from Kila here this morning. I don't know what's going on. I'm going to have to, now that I'm over this and through into the open here, I'm going to keep an eye on this. We've got reports coming up. That you didn't do that very well, did you, mister? Get over there where you belong. Bad boy, bad boy, bad boy. So here are the reports, and we've got JOLTS out at 9. And of course, we've got the ever-present danger of Mr. Microphone. He's had a prayer breakfast. If that's not an oxymoron, I don't know what is. It's like military intelligence, I guess. And JOLTS at 9. So keep your eyes open. And then we've got a press briefing with Ms. Levitt at 12, and who knows. I'm sure there will be other opportunities for risk potential throughout this day. Let's see what the stats have got for us. Yeah. This thing is not working right. This thing is not updated properly. What I'm doing now to try to lighten the load on my system until I get this split off, I'm closing these out every day. And I'm closing this chart off every day, and I don't know how to get the damn thing to update properly. I got to change the updates on it, I guess. I'm not going to mess with that now. There you go. What can I say? And I also close off the TLab tab chart after I've posted it, because that's got a lot of stuff going on and a big draw as far as recalculation. That stuff is all a problem with, it's all a problem with IRT. And what I'm referring to are these lag times over here, which don't happen on Bookmap. Notice Bookmap never drops a beat here. It's not the machine. It's, like I said, it's the... I see concurrent views and things on the OBS studio, but I'm not seeing anything on the actual... on the stream apart from Antonio. And I've already said good morning, and I really appreciate him dropping in and saying hi. That's always pleasant. If somebody else is there and I'm not seeing them, put something in the chat. That would be a great. And by all means, of course, don't forget to like and subscribe and send money. Matter of fact, you can forget the first two if you want to send money. That's easy. I'm easy. I'm not free, but I'm reasonable. So, Well, we closed our little gapperoonie over here, so that's over with. Thank you so much, Bookmap. I appreciate that. We have closed the gap. We've pulled the VPOC full session down here. That's the more muted yellow looking boy here. And the brighter one is the RTH. This has not dropped down here yet. I try to keep my color schemes the same. Developing value, POCs are yellow, and VWAPs are this purpley looking thing, and mids red, and IBs are green, just to keep all the charting sort of consistent across here, or pushing them up. Yeah. Well, I'm pretty pleased with this thing at least opening relatively close without me having to reset it 50 times. That's pretty cool. I'm assuming that's some sort of bug. I don't know. So these have been revisited now, these gaps. My workflow for that kind of thing is when the level's been revisited or satisfied or is no longer current, or however you want to pronounce it or look at that, I change the text to black, and then the weekend, the night, session break, I take them off unless I think they're important, like where was the gap or something like that. And here's our POC that's been revisited. Now that was from the January 21st. That's a ways down there, huh? So these guys are having a lot of fun. Now they're going to run it back up. They got everybody short on their back foot. Look at down here. We had a gap high from way back on the 20th. Is that true? I don't think so. I'm going to take that off. 20th of January, gap high. That would be here. Here. The way this works, by the way, notice the information box wherever I run I can easily see where those are by just running over there's the 20th. So when we opened here, this was a gap high here. Gap low. What is going on? Oh, never mind. I must have screwed this up. That's all there is to that. I'm going to delete that bad boy. There you go. Anyway, yeah. Sometimes I out clever myself here. Hey, Richard. Morning. Yeah, we are. It's been quite the rodeo. There's a whole bunch of people threatening to commit Harry Carey at TLab this morning. They were all busy trying to trade the overnight and just getting hammered right, left, and center. I don't know. It's never changes. Ask the question. So, who's trading a vetted trade? Crickets. I don't know what they expect. Okay. Well, this seems to be ticking right along. I'm pretty pleased about that. Remember gap rules now, as unexpected as that may be. The gap rules are, let's look over here. If we close the gap relatively early in the session and get accepted in previous value or range, high probability that we'll trade across that value. Wouldn't that be something? And those are just, if you want to Google that, that's an old market profile-ism. Most of this stuff like that I talk about are old market profile things that I picked up along the way. And, surprisingly, they are fairly true. The weather has picked up a bit. It's about 8C over here today. Got up into the high teens the other day. It's only February 5th, so. Yesterday was a big dump, right? And this is where they started bringing it back, so. I guess you could say some of that responsive buying that I was talking about in the pre-market's coming to pass. Funny how often that stuff works. Just common sense. I mean, if somebody was short all night and has a bunch of profit on the table, wouldn't you imagine they were going to take some of that profit off? I do. Why I say that if I noticed it in the pre-market, and I did today, and there you go. Same thing happened yesterday, and does frequently. Oh, come on. You irritating son of a bitch. Well, both the PCs have joined forces now, or POCs have joined forces now, so that'll get everything shaken up. VWAP is down here. Hasn't updated with IRT yet. This is Globex. I'm not going to fuss with resetting this over a few seconds early, I'll tell you that. So let's see, have I forgotten something? Well, we have the risk neutral trading setup. I've got the execution pro and multi brackets, and yeah, there we are. Remember, we've got JOLTS at the top of the hour. Assuming they put it out. Well, we're 2.5 handles high here, and I can't do much more about that, I don't think. Volatility's killer. There's my typical setup, which is a point high on the price ladder, and then we can widen this out as whatever we want, just so we have Blue Boy in view all the time. But this volatility's been so incredible. Look at this crap, we're at 68.32ish to 81. There's 50 handles on the IB. What does that tell you? This thing is doing all kinds of jumping around. I don't know what's going on. Spam. Goddamn. Go away. I think. Yeah. 50 handles wide on the IB. Whew. Am I crazy? No. Jesus criminy Christ. That's a lot. That's a lot. Oh boy. Rod says he's out of practice with this speed. Yeah. Well, I don't know what's going on here now. I don't like this kind of a, well, this is a pretty busy session here so far. We got a 50 handle IB and we're not in the first IB 30 isn't even in the bag yet, and we've got JOLTS at the top of the hour. So that's not exactly a trader rich environment unless you're a, scalping fool, and then, or you have a vetted trade for something like that. Would have been a disaster for the opening range trade. How do you do that? Look at us. Look at where we are. We have this big dump down here, the IB low. I wonder what happens if you just, I'm going to have to code that up. Just, without all the criteria around my initial balance trades, just the low, say, of the first 30 minutes or something. I also coded up just in out of interest. I watch these opening range trade people on YouTube, all these influencers that about every 3 months or so, they come out with a whole bunch of opening range trades, guaranteed never lose again, retire, make $1,000 in 5 minutes or whatever. And the reason they do that, I believe, is that they just refresh, they repackage and put those out about every 3 months to get the new crop of new traders into the subs, right? And the reason they use the opening range trade is because it is so easily explained, and there are so many examples of it. Guess what? Every day, you can go back and cherry pick the hell out of it. So I coded it up to use to backtest, and I can vary the opening range, and I can vary the amount of ticks above or below, and it's a real simple setup. You determine the opening range, first minute, whatever. If the price breaks above however many ticks you stipulate, in my case, I just chose 2, you go long, and you put your stop at the other side of the initial balance. In other words, if it happens to be, breaks out the top, you put your stop at the low, so many ticks below the IB low, 1 or 2 ticks, in which it either runs your favor or you get taken out. It's one that some people like to do, like Hogue likes to do that on the top step thing, which I haven't been around there in months, but I know I'll bet money they still try to do it every day. And it's the one that all these internet people make a big deal about on YouTube. Well, it's a freaking disaster. And I mean a disaster. First of all, your risk requirement, in this day and age, the opening range is, well, let's see what that is right now. Well, here's the opening range here. The first 1 minute on the opening range, this doesn't make sense that this is the open. I guess it does, 53, and here is the opening range. Well, would be right there. It would be a short, and there we go. So it was interesting for me to do, and I did it with an idea that I could substitute the opening range thing for whatever, like I'm going to use a migrating VPOC and stuff to try to develop some better setups apart from the initial balance, which hasn't worked worth a damn since about middle of last month. It's just been, I guess, with the range and the volatility, those opening range trades are just, the way I have coded them up, aren't working worth a damn. Yesterday was the 7th consecutive stop in a row, which is now one over my statistic. So I need to really rethink it. And I can tell you the opening range trade in one of them. It's like the VPOC. It's so simple. It's like, oh, well, yeah, I can do that. Yeah, so here it would be, right? Here's today's opening range. And in this case, it's 13 handles wide. Handles, not ticks, handles wide. There's the breakout. You go short. You're pretty happy with yourself, and now you're stopped out, and now you're really stopped out. And that's just goes on and on. And I'm not going to open up the code and all that stuff, but this is the chart I use for that. And then here's the chart for the initial balance. And back to the old standbys here. And I approach these things like that opening range trade. I would love to have the damn thing work. What a pleasure. I don't approach them with a negative, boy, I hope this doesn't work. How stupid is this? I approach it with, boy, I hope this works out. And it is so simple. There can be no there's no question about it. What can you vary? Well, the variables that I put into the code are that I can change on the, sort of on the fly with my main maximum width of the initial balance range. Obviously, I don't want to be having my stop on the other side of 50 handles, the length of the initial balance, 1 minute, 5 minutes, whatever. And how many ticks above or below I put the entry or the stop on the other side. And then I used regular different ideas for profit. For example, the T1, I can set the T1 up to be the width of the range. So so that essentially you're looking at a 1-to-1. Just trying to see if I could figure out some way that all these girls that are pushing how I make all my money with opening range trade on YouTube. And let's see now, what are we doing? Well, it's going to be, there was the JOLTS report. What was that all about? What happened? Did we get a jolt? I didn't see a jolt happen much. JOLTS. Ooh. 6.54 openings compared to 7. Wow, 1 million off. Ugh. That can't be very good, can it? That can't be very good. Now, previous over here is 6.92, 6.54, and didn't I see differently over here? Yeah, previous over here. Now, how the hell does this work? Previous over here is, this is actual, 7.14, and actual is, no. Revised down, this was revised down to 692. Okay. Jesus Christ. Wouldn't it be sweet if these guys would just... Yeah, that's the revised number. Revised from 7.14. There you go. All right. Yeah, the economy's just smoking, baby. Are we great yet? Jesus Christ. Oh, it's not funny, but it is, I guess. What can you do besides laugh? I guess there's two options, laugh or leave, right? I'm trying to just, scratch out a way to make a under the cover sustenance here and remain under the cover. Under the radar. Well, there we go, out the bottom. There's Rod's IB30. That's one to try coding up too, I think. That's a good idea. That would be easy, actually. Where my thinking is going with this whole idea is I should probably be putting something in it. Yeah. Okay, the IB30, that's an easy one because it is the first 30, it's the first 1 hour, right? It's within the first 1 hour. So you've got a trade possibility within that first 1 hour between 30 minutes and 1 hour, as opposed to the initial balance trades, which can wander on all day long. That's another reason why I was thinking that if the opening range trade had any kind of positive expectancy, that might be something to think about because it's also narrowed down. The opening range trade happens one time every day on the opening range. Period. Can't happen at 11:30, unless you, in this day and age, unless you got about a 50-point opening range. Well, I don't think I remember seeing a 50-point IB, and it's pushing out further than that, right? Now we're down 80 to 50, 80 to 20. Wow. Wait a minute, where am I going? $80 to $27. Ah, okay. Yeah, they're just watch the bottom here now. Watch the bottom. My low here is flex RTH rate 68, 22.5. Oh, wrong one. Wow, we're right at the bottom. So my MC low is 68.22.5. I would suggest that could be something to pay attention to. Yeah, this is, if you got short, and I hope you did, boy, you're a one happy son of a gun, huh? So if you fall back to gap rules, it's just following right along. We closed the gap early on in the session. Price was not accepted in range or value, and we continue to trade, and we're trading off in the direction of the gap. That is, Google it if you don't want to believe that, but that is it. And it's like, 50, somebody figured that out 50 years ago. So. My problem with this, trying to be so rigid and committed to the structured trades and only taking vetted setups, is it doesn't allow, I can't allow for any kind of subjective or discretionary thing like that. And I don't have some sort of a gap. I wouldn't even know how to go about coding up a gap strategy that would incorporate that kind of nuance, to be honest about it. Well, there goes the bottom of my MC. What do you see down here? I see nothing but thin air till we get to 67.75 half is the first. And then, Jesus Christ, look out below, I think. Disappointing. Because I love to short, to be honest with you. I've always, from ever ago, seemed to always understand that it was the market took the stairs up and jumped out the window down. I don't know why. I realize that long-term strategy is much better to be long than short in the markets, but I would like to think it was some sort of a observation like that rather than a negative personality or, some sort of psychobabble thing. But I'll tell you one thing. Yeah. Yeah, baby. Where's Blue Boy? There he is. Okay. I need to get this stats thing working better. Well, okay, so here are the statistics. What a surprise. What I was going to do here was previous low, previous close, previous low. So there was a 66.3% probability in this open type that we would close the low. Notice how IRT changes the text color from black to blue on levels which have been achieved or, so far. Now, yeah. So that's 68% probability we close the gap. There is no stat that I can think of here. I guess it would be the overnight low would be the stat. 71% probability that we would take the overnight low, meaning that there's a 68% probability we close the gap, my gap, and then 71% we're going to trade off, I guess. So the reason I was going to do this here, so yeah. The vetted trade that I have settled upon at this point so far is the initial balance trades. And I approach this from a point of view that this is my business upon which I need to rely. It's not a video game, it's not gambling, and I'm approaching this from a point of view of statistics and probabilities because I believe that's the way to do it. Basically because that's what the most successful traders in the world so far have realized. And what I'm doing here is so essentially what you do is you pick a what's going on here? You pick a how to do that? You pick a level that recurs, frequently, and the parameters that justify that entry. Then you code up the rules required for that particular level or statistic or strategy, and you capture a statistically significant data set to determine whether it has an edge or not, or an expectancy, probability, whatever you want to call it. So I chose the initial balance trades because there's two. There's there's two per initial balance. There's a continuation, like here, or there's a failure, which is essentially mean reversion. And there's one for both IB high and IB low. So the mean reversion type trade would be for a balanced or a mean reverting session, and the continuation trades would be expected in a directional session. And so the first rule or criteria of that setup is the initial balance statistic. And that is right here. It is the most probable statistic in all four open types. Today, there's a 97.6% probability that we will achieve the initial balance statistic at some point in the day. And what is the statistic? Simple. At some point in this RTH trading session between 0930 Central Standard Time and 1600 Central Standard Time, price will revisit the initial balance high or the initial balance low. That's the statistic, period. Now, I take it a little more involved than that, and I'll point that out in a minute because there's something I want to say first. And that is My strong recommendation not to trade in anticipation of the statistic. 915, initial balance low. We're below VWAP. We're below the mid. We're below the POCs. We're going to take the IB low. Yeah, maybe. Also, maybe not. And so, my data shows me to never trade in anticipation of that statistic. Now, the way I've got my trade set up, that couldn't happen in a million years. So that's just something I like to bring up every day because I know a lot of traders get hammered trying to do that. And now I'm going to prepare for the initial balance trade. First of all, this is the chart that I visualize it on. This is that tab. And this is the initial balance. Where'd it go? Get the right tab open up here. This is the initial balance strategy. Why is that not doing that? There we go. This has gotten all scooched around here somehow. Okay, there we go. So these are the rules that I came up with for the initial balance trade. And I call them rules because IRT does. Trading rules. So there you go. And it's real simple. There are only 3 criteria, not very imaginatively named, A, B, and trigger, to validate an entry. The first of which is the initial balance statistic. Then we go to the pullback or continuation zone, and then back to the trigger zone for a trigger. And, Bob's your uncle, you're in a trade. Now, there's no pullback or continuation zones here yet because it's not 9:30. After 9:30, there will be. And they will also push across to bookmap. In the meantime, I want to point out that this is the trading system, and it is completely independent of this chart. However, now I'm going to send the system to the chart. I'm going to get rid of those lines there because they just draw them all over everywhere. I want to do a couple things here. Let's make sure what the view period is. And so this needs to be 4. Okay. And I want to make sure I'm not pushing around and looking at a million back-tested things over here. Let's just go with 1. Why not? Okay. So what will happen after 9:30, because that's one of the first rules, is the system will evaluate every one of these rules over every 1 minute candle, because that's the periodicity I've selected or built it for. These are just Boolean. So when it evaluates to true, whatever is part of that rule will happen. An A, a B, a trigger, a trade. This chart will graphically represent any trades put on by the system. And I want to point out that this is going to happen within the IRT simulated environment, because I don't want these rules being pushed to my live AMP account, because I'm not confident enough in myself and my coding here to not have some sort of a cluster. And remember that this is my money. Okay. So what I do is when there's a trade signaled over here, I manually put it on over here because I've set this up to be risk neutral, 2-lot, break even, all that stuff. And I'm going to have the same parameters and configuration over here in the back test. Now, the first thing we need to do And I kind of broke some of this last night, so that's another reason why I'm real happy it's just going on over here. What is going on? There we are. Okay, so this is my initial setup. 12 tick stop, 12 tick T1, 48 tick T2, boom. Now I want to have a break even trail, 12 ticks, which is T1. And I have determined, backtesting, that provides the most revenue in this situation, the best result. And it'll, when I have that trigger, it will it will bring the stop to break even, or to entry, I'm sorry. So let's hope that all this works, because I did break it last night. Save. Now what you have to do with IRT, in case you ever do that, when you modify a rule like that, you've got to modify it, and then you got to click okie dokie. Now, if the good Lord's willing and the creek don't rise, to quote Tennessee Ernie Ford, this thing will take some trades, and I'll be able to manually reproduce them on Bookmap and get a winner or two after all these consecutive losers. And I'll go through the whole backtesting thing and all of that at 1400, which I do every day. So let's just stand by and wait, huh? Now at 9:30, which is going to be in 3 minutes or 2.5 minutes, all of a sudden the levels, the pullback levels and zones and names and all that stuff will come shooting up here like a big deal. And they'll also push across and be on either side of the IB. Remember now, this is not the initial balance statistic. It's not 9:30. This is just an extension of the initial balance. That's all. Do I suspect it's going to be initial balance low? Of course. Look at it. Look at the day. What do you think is going to happen? Would I be surprised if they turn around and take out the IB high? Nope. Seen it before. Actually, once, I'll never forget, once in TLab, everybody was all clicking and banging all over the place because we were right up here next to the IB high, and it's a coin flip, right? It's 50-50. I just threw a thing in there and said, yeah, now watch us go down and take the IB stat on the lows. And sure as hell, that's what happened. And a whole bunch of those guys were going, wow, how did you know that? Blah, 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 blah. I said, I didn't. It was just a guess. It's a 50-50, come on. Had I been clever, I would have made up some long, confused, dazzling bullshit and put up a paywall. Well, maybe not. Okay, so we are going to be at the initial balance. Statistic will be set at the bottom of 1 minute here, the bottom of this hour, in about 45 seconds. I will also point out before the fact that my rule A isn't the basic initial balance statistic, which would be considered by everyone. Most everybody, the statistic is made when price goes through the initial balance low, period. Or high. In my world, in my setup, I want to have price moving in that context direction. So the bar needs to open above the IB high, close below the IB high, or low, I'm sorry. And the previous bar to that signal bar needs to open higher than it closes. So in other words, price is trading down through it. Not price trades down here, price trades way up here, then it goes back down there. That's just, and arbitrary. I just figured, I just put that in there. And we'll see. And now, you'll see, here are the beginning of those pullback zones. I'll start plotting here as lines. There are the values. Make a screen snap. It's real simple. I don't see the trigger zones here anywhere. Okay, and those are being pushed over here, and let's look. Boom, magic. Here they are on IB. Here they are in Bookmap on either side. So here's what these are. Pullback zone, trigger zone, initial balance low, continuation zone. What does any of that mean? Well, we take out the IB. If they pull back up here to the pullback zone and then down to the trigger zone, that would be a long off the bottom. Thinking being that it's going to be a mean reversion back to the mid up here somewhere. If it comes down through to the continuation zone and pulls back to the trigger area, then the idea is it's going to continue on. I mean, it's pretty basic, right? And likely that's why it's not being real profitable, even though it's extremely profitable in backtesting. This has got me worried about, am I doing something wrong there? So here we are. There are the zones plotting out. And lagging is not so great. I'm going to kill the stat. I'm not sure what I set this refresh rate for, to be honest with you. Football. Oh, I don't want that. Ugh. Extra stupid. Come on. And here's an A. So we have plotted out an A so far. And I'm not getting the A's to the bottom. There's something wrong with the A signal, which should be right here. There should be a red A down here at the bottom. So now we have the first signal, and I'm not sure why that's the flags. All these signal markers they're just triggered by these flags. The real meat and potatoes of the system is up here. Why that didn't happen yesterday either, and I don't see any difference over here in the signals other than frustrating. So now let's get ready to rock here, boys and girls. Okay, first of all, checklist, both, doop, schmerp, there we go. Okay, we're all set. Now, we've had the IB. Now we've had a pullback, you see? That should be right there. That would signal along. And I don't like that because I don't think that's in the direction of context. In my opinion, we should come down here to the pullback, to the continuation zone. Now, this would signal along. And I don't think that's valid in this context. And this thing isn't doing anything right over here, doesn't look like. Yeah, you see there? There's the B up, and it's taken the trigger, and it's gone long. The system has. Now, I don't think that that's valid, and I have yet to figure out a good, thorough way to filter context, because I believe context are really important. And I realize that the addition of discretion is extra stupid. But it's not stopped out yet. And it's, I'm not going to be on it, but we'll watch and see. Oh, yeah. We entered, it was an entry here. There's the first profit target there. And then with the trail up to stop, it's scratch. Why I'm not getting any of this low side stuff, I don't know, but it's really flipping irritating. Signals, just from a visual point of view. And it's holding its own. Let's see here. What else could happen? Look at it go. So there's the. Is there a lag? Yeah, 7 seconds. Now, Rod and Company will be looking at this as a bar trade, which I suppose, which is a breakout and retest. I don't know. Never trade what you anticipate. Trade what you see. Don't trade what you think. You see there? I didn't take a long. Signaled long. And look where we are. It's 10 handles. Goes another 2 handles. That's both profit targets from right there. There you go. So that's the whole idea of, that's an important, concept to keep. I introduced discretion into my trading system, which I have back tested, and this would have very clearly taken both, would have broken that consecutive losers stops and gone to T2 without any problems, without any heat. ROL at tick or two. You know, that's, I mean, hindsight's a bitch. And I don't know what to do about that. I'm just gun shy after all of that. You know, normally I'm mechanical about it. But I let my prejudice or my thinking cloud my judgment and not make a trade. So that's basically an error on my part. Now is very definitely not the time to be thinking I have this all figured out. Disappointing, though, that's for damn sure. I think after standing around here for all these years, I would not be prone to that kind of thing. And I'm not normally, but, you know, that's disappointing. VPOC migration south, there's Antonio's favorite. Well, let's see here now. What can we do? Not that, I guess. Really disappointing. There was a clearly signaled IB failure trade, IBF, which I didn't take, and which went just zooming up to both targets plus. I found out, by the way, IRT very easily will signal I can track VPOC migrations, and by a certain number of ticks I can, if I want it to be, or handles, if I want it to be, greater than 5 handles or whatever else it is. It's very easy to do. So I'm going to be working on that one. And then, have it come across VWAP or IB or whatever else it is. There's a real easy token for that. It's a TPO token. Well, that's damned irritating, I'll tell you. And now Antonio's favorite trade here is going to go zooming down to new records, I suppose. Well, I guess I need to get back. Now, here's where I'm going to be extra disappointed in myself if I get over here, and now that I'm all vigilant about why did I not take that signal trade, and I get a signal trade and I do take and I stop, well, then I'm going to be extra pissed. That's the joy of trading. And that doesn't help, but it's something, I guess. So we still have an A trigger. We still have an A, even though it didn't plot the signal marker for whatever reason. I've got to get over here and figure that out. I don't see anything wrong when I look. It's just weird. So next would be the B in this direction, and that would be right here. Then I pull back to the trigger, and then down we go. Also, if we come through this here, we'll get it would trigger another A, which have been reset over here because it's in the direction of the IB low. If any of that makes sense. Oh, whoa, what the hell is that? I don't think I want to do that. There's that A. There's that A. Isn't good yet. I don't understand that. So there's the maybe low continuation stat right there. Why that's not signaling, I don't know. I mean, it's doing the trade, it's just not plotting the marker, which is driven by this. Don't know. Boy, look at them go. They're all over the board. And that one is working just as it should. So I don't get it here, actually. And why the B went away, I don't get. Ugh. Too many confusing things for me. A lot of this stuff has to do with what I'm doing is controlling these flags with the secondary set of VPOC variables. And the interbar, not intrabar, all this stuff is giving me trouble. Or is perhaps more clever than I am. What's going on here? I don't want to do that. That's about the cleanest IBF right there that you would want to have. Old Durwood here, Delbert here didn't get on it. Thank you so much for preconceived ideas. Oh, we got a crazy Ivan over here. Look at this. Hey, Panda. Yeah. Well, oh, well, that was quick, Panda. What's going on? Got a long signal here, huh? Not going there. So we have a long trigger, and it's triggering right along there. I just don't see any future in. Well, here we go again. This is a perception of range, right? I was thinking this is just too close to the POC. Well, it's 7 handles to the POC. So, oops. I got to get this figured out, do something different here. The system went long, by the way, as you can see. I guess it's just, I'm just too gun shy here today. For whatever reason. Working out quite nicely over here in the system though, isn't it? There's the trigger. The reason it didn't fire here is because of a criteria that I have, or a filter that I'm trying to employ, where I want it to be going in the direction of the trade. Essentially, it's a moving average, a volume moving average thing that I found right over here. It's just, you know, I'm grasping at straws trying to figure out some way to get some sort of a context. Now this is 2 longs off the bottom I've missed today. I've not taken, and both of which, this one was to both targets, and this one actually this one shows a scratch because of this one is to T1, and now it's trailed up, and we'll see what happens. Look at him go. Oh, yeah. Well. Well. So these are the times when Monkey Boy comes in to, share his joy, his infinite knowledge. Have to be really careful about that as this kind of stuff. And I don't ever FOMO or revenge trade or over trade, but I can get lulled into I guess sort of a FOMO idea here, or let myself become susceptible to it, because I'm disappointed that I didn't take those signal trades. And now I question, well, should I just not trade, step away today because I'm not clear, or because I can assure you that if I get a signal trade, say short, and don't take it and then get stopped, I'll be extra pissed. So that's Monkey Boy is that a real interesting thing to have happen. The subtle parts of it, I don't have a problem with. Chasing and that kind of thing, over trading or that kind of thing. But in a situation like this where I've not taken a signal trade and then, so now there's been 2 signal trades taken by the system, both of which scratched, which means they achieved T1 and then trailed up and scratched, so they've each achieved 12 ticks with a 1 lot, because that's how that works. The indicator on IRT, this indicator doesn't reflect 2 targets. It only reflects the last one. So we have to remember that this was a 0 because this one trailed up at 12 ticks. So that's kind of confusing, but there you go. Now we have another A in place, and again, no A to the bottom side, so I'm real confused about that. And that should be a B and a trigger, I think. Let's see what happens. There's going to be a stop. Whoa, look at that. How quick was that, huh? I couldn't even talk about it. And there you go. So that was a scheduled trade, and boy, did I get hammered on that one fast. A B, there was the A, there was the B, there's the trigger, and here we go again. Now I'm definitely not gonna trade this again, even though that should have been. So that's 8 stops in a row to the tick. Yeah, that's not the market for me. Oops, not showing the correct thing. Sorry about that. Yeah, so there was the entry. There was a stop to the tick. Didn't get anywhere, and now look at it go. Something's happened here at 10 o'clock. I have no idea what, but that's the 8th stop in a row. So I'm going to take a big step back here from the trading. Let's see here. Well, no idea. That's pretty weird. I really am not sure what to think about that, actually. Other than I need to fall back and figure out something else. That's for sure. Now, I'm not, this is why I'm trading micros. This is why I'm only taking signal trades and, not ones that I haven't worked out, like VPOC migrations or something like that. I'm not FOMOing or chasing. There was a B, it was an A, B, trigger. And before you could say no, that thing was stopped out and done. Not that it's funny, haha, but what are you going to do? Look at that shit. What's that all about? Out of no place, light volume, but not that light. It's 97% probability volume average, and it's a 5.5 handle ATR on a 1 minute chart. So that's I took my one run at it here. I really blew it when I didn't take the first signal trade, I guess. And I took the second one, and now look at this crap. I mean, So I'm going to stand by here and just, I don't know what, look at this crap. What is that all about? I guess it's something. I don't know. I hope you're long. I'm on, that was, this trade here was 8 stops consecutive. My backtesting results are 6. So I'm going to not trade and figure out, take a look at a different alternative here. Obviously, this market condition doesn't fit my backtesting and my system. So that's how I understand to approach this market systematically and using probabilities. I'll be focusing on doing some of that over here today. I can't really backtest and do things much because it chokes up the legs. Not that that. Let's see if I got stats off, and I've got. Oh no, still on. Okay, get away. There you go. Well, that is really freaking disappointing. And of course, it, you know, what to say? There's no way that I'm just glad that I'm not extra stupid, because here's actually another one. You know, there's the B for continuation, the trigger, and, you know, now if you want to look at it over here, there was the trigger for a long, there was the stop on the long, and there's the long. What do you do? Obviously, if you're a rearview mirror guy, you can just manipulate all the stops and targets, and you're, well, I knew that in advance, and I had changed my, you know, widened out or whatever the hell they want to call it. And I believe that's complete BS. I wish I could find someone else that thinks with the same methodology that I do, and you know, interact with them. That's why I try to you know, input and stick with Rod and Harry and those guys in Static, much more so than the TLab, because the TLab is just a bunch of people throwing, you know, shit at the wall. As far as I can tell, everybody's got a structured trade and everybody's making money. And when I ask, well, what are your stats there? What's your look back period? What's your, you know, how many occurrences did you back test? It's crickets. Nobody can say anything. And I will say this, including Tom. Tom always says the same story. It says structured trade, but I've never seen, you know, I've never seen him produce his accounts. I've also never seen him actually lay out how his statistics were derived. I'm sure they were, because I, you know, believe so, but that would be great. So I continue to be completely transparent and trade live, funded account. And I'm over that right here, though. I'm not going to do anything. And of course, the minute I say that, and then it turns around. Now here we have the VWAP. This is one of Rod's. VWAP, VPOC, 70%, something or another. I forget what. There's that. Rod has just made a comment that he hasn't taken any trades today. And here you see that what this 70% return in the direction of context to the VPOC, VWAP VPOC statistics, that's supposedly a hot one, just not working out. I don't need to have the opening range here, I don't think, do I? No, I don't. There we go. It's really disappointing, I'll tell you that right now. What, Panda? Yeah, I know you're disappointed too, aren't you? You're disappointed your snacks? Yeah, really damn frustrating, I'll tell you that. If this was just a video game or gambling or a prop thing, I would, who cares, I guess. This is what I'm relying on to support myself and my family. So this is, this is pretty, take care, Antonio. This is pretty important. And it's like everything else with trading is all you need is one trade a day. And that sounds so simple. It sounds like, well, sure, who can't do that? And then every once in a while you go walk in the mirror and you go, you can't do that, apparently. Weird. And, previously, bunch of winners in a row, a bunch of double pointers in a row, no problem. Like the statistics, 37 in a row. Where are those statistics? I don't know what to do about it or think about it. I'm pretty darn disciplined, I believe. I suppose you could say that I really dropped the ball here on the first IB failure. And this was an IB continuation. I got, bitch slapped again. Had this been an IB failure entry, but it was not signaled as such. So, yeah, I'm pretty I don't know what to say, or think, or do, or something. I can't widen out. I don't think widening out is a good thing for me. That isn't in my wheelhouse because that's increasing risk. Adding more risk, exposing my account to more risk is definitely not the right approach. And I can't size down any lower. I'm down to a 2 lot on a micro. As far as risk neutral, yeah, you could go down to a 1 line, but then that's, you know. I need to do something, and I need to do it soon. That's for sure. So I will continue to maintain my vigilance here with discipline and vetted trades. Got to move on to the next setup, I guess, and just decide that this is... I wonder how you definitively determine market conditions, you know? I guess I've just done so. 8 consecutive stops in a row. This is not the market to be trading this trade, I guess. And what's really a pisser, however, or to me, or disappointing or something, is when I backtest this again, now, same exact setup, it will have a positive expectancy. So it's making me wonder if there's something wrong with my backtesting as far as the engine here in IRT, because I know the rules are the rules, right? But, I don't know. And then successful traders like Harry and Rod, they don't keep rigid anything. There, you know, I tuck my stop in behind that level and this and that and something else. Well, that's their trading is nearly, as near as I can tell, about 100% discretionary. I mean, basic stuff like the bar trade or the VWAP to VPOC. Some things where they just do, there's, you know, 70% probability if we go to this, it's going to go back to that. Basically like the statistics on IRT, not anything at all like the backtesting I do. Oh, okay, no. Bye-bye. And this kind of volatility is also something that I need to have a filter in on, I think. Yeah, 6.5 handle wide. Look at that. 575 handle white on a 1 minute. Well, there's no way. I can't trade that because that's outside of everything. You know, I've got a 3-point stop. When people talk about ATR stop, for example, they'll talk about twice. You know, double ATR, for example. Well, I can't do that. So I guess that's another part where I'm missing the boat, I guess. And it's market conditions make a big difference. I mean, I was I don't know if I spell any of that right, but I'll fix it later. This exact strategy was trading just fine in December. Was one trade left, one winning trade left to use my systematic methodology for scaling up, and it's just gone straight down from there. So I tried to be vigilant in that I'm okay. It's not a broken system. It's not outside the parameters or the results statistically until there's more than 6 consecutive losers in a row, and that's now the case. So I have to rethink this idea. Let me see about that. Let's just make sure. So each one of these lines is this. Typically I'm not, I'm thinking, this is my journal, remember. So this is me thinking out loud. Yesterday or day before. 12, 12, 48, 12 ticks. In other words, this is the world famous setup that we're just working today. And this is the IB statistic. I need to put that in here. Which strategy this is. That's an interesting one. I've just been trading this strategy, so I need to put a column in here to record that. That's really good. I just noticed that. Anyway, okay. 498 days, 1,129 trades. 769 winners for $35, 210 losers for $13, 150 scratch, 76 at 25, 18. Here's the important part: 37 winners in a row, 6 stops in a row. Expect that profit, commissions, net, and I don't bother recording Saltino and Sharp and all that stuff because I don't make heads or tails of it. So I dutifully traded this until this was exceeded. Now something's wrong. I don't know. Who knows? I mean, that's, as I understand, the way to approach a statistical systematic system. Way to go. So what to do? What would be the approach? My first go-to theory is always to lower risk, which is I'm running out of options. I'm out of options there. As far as numbers of contracts go. Now with wide volatility, narrowing down the stop is, I don't think, necessarily the right way to think about that. What I was standing here thinking about was a system that I've backtested a couple times based on something that's in some I can't think of this guy's name. He's a guy that a few of the people think is pretty great, Harry, and I think Rod actually even admires him. Is this it's his Latin name? Carmine Rosario, I think is the name. Maybe that if that's a car dealer, I don't know. I think that's his name. I've never heard or would know him if he walked in the office here, but they seem to think he got his shit together. Eamon Trading didn't have much to say about him good, who I kind of admired before. Anyway, neither here nor there. You know, talking about he's got an 8-to-1 R, he got a, R multiple of 8 and all this kind of stuff, and a win rate of 50% or 45% and R multiple of 8 and all that. Well, if you stop and think about that, to have an R multiple of 8 means that you consistently realize 8 times your risk. So the first thing I tried to do was run some backtest ideas with that on the initial balance trade. And it's actually pretty easy to do. You put a 2-tick stop on a 2-lot and a 16-tick T1 for both T1 and T2. And it provides a pretty consistent profitability with an 8-to-1 R multiple and a win rate of 50%, just under 50%. So what I'm standing here thinking out loud about is that would be the way I could reduce risk now. Assuming that I have to really look at it statistically. Okay, so if it's a 2-lot risk, that's 4 contracts because it's 2 lots. I am talking about if it's a 2-tick risk, that's 4 ticks because it's 2 lots. And so that's 6. You can lose 6 losses, 6 stops in a row would equal 1 stop, the current configuration. So there you go. Maybe I'll think of that. Maybe I'll approach that. The problem I have with that kind of thinking is that's just the trade management piece. That's not the entry and the setup or strategy piece. So I don't think trading that with an initial balance trade makes any sense, really, in a day-to-day world, because you don't get that many initial balance signals in a day. So Yeah. So that doesn't make any sense. So what I need to do is come up with a trade that produces more daily intraday signals. And trade that strategy. Oh, excuse me. One thing definitely is it's not the time to reduce discipline and, sticking to a system and my methodology. If anything, it's the time to increase it. In other words, just don't start slapping them on. Okay, here we are. I'm going to slap a short on here and boop, boop, boop. I guess. I don't know. It's a bad, interesting position to be in. I certainly didn't expect it. I guess the alternative is to get about, 1 million subscribers and get paid a lot of money from YouTube. And boy, oh boy, that must be great, huh? That must be nice. Like entertainment, like anything else, I guess. If you're doing something you really enjoy and getting paid a lot of money for it, what a pleasure. I already know that setup, trade management setup I was just referring to, but what would be a setup that has a lot of intraday signals? That's what's going to be important. This beauty go. God, I hope somebody's long. I wish it were me. And you had a feather up your butt and we both be tickled. Jesus. Look at that. Look at this volatility. I mean, yeah. Look at that volatility, baby girls. I can't even get close to 1 point high here. I guess I'm only disappointed that I didn't recognize this volatility first and not take a trade. That would have been, I wouldn't have made any money, but I wouldn't have felt bad. I got to think about how to approach this. Well, well, well. What a complete cluster, huh? Wow. And for no reason other than the market goes up to go down and goes down to go up. You know, these guys, remember that the market is a zero-sum game. Okay, that's my pitch for every day. What does that mean? The futures market is a zero-sum game. That means for every buyer, there is a seller, a counterparty on the other side of that trade. It's virtually impossible in futures to have more buyers than sellers trading. You can have resting liquidity. Of course you can. How does price go down? Aggressive sellers come across the inside market and hit the bid. How does price go up? Aggressive buyers come across the inside market and lift the ask. But there's always equal buyers and sellers traded. What does that mean? Well, in my opinion, and here's a perfect example, all this buying, there was somebody on the other side of every one of those trades selling it. And when they got up here, they had enough inventory and they went, well, thank you very much. Let's just make some profit here. And down they go. The market goes down to go up, goes up to go down, goes down to go up, goes up to go down, goes down to go up, goes up to go down, goes down to go up, goes up to go down. To quote Tom and anybody else that watches the market. And that's it. Now, if you can get aligned with that, you're okay. And I'm trying to be disciplined, and I was looking at aligning with it with a structured trade over here, a signal trade, because I have done the back testing, and this isn't it. This didn't work. It's one trade out of a lot. But now the importance of this trade today is it exceeded my statistical probability for this particular setup in terms of consecutive stops. So I'm going to rethink the whole shooting match. Look at this volatility. Ooh, baby. I can't even come close to my 1 point lift on the spacing on the price. Look at this stuff. Look at there. I mean, this my trade signaled perfectly here, and I was stopped out to the tick before I could blink. And it's gone on completely the other way. It's not like I'm saying, and then it went the direction of my trade, but still, One thing that's really important to notice here, which I just did, there's no excess on the bottom of this profile. What does that mean? In my world, to me, that means the auction wasn't finished. This thing will have taper before it's over. Today, maybe not, I would guess. You see how we taper? Every one of these auctions will taper up to something, taper down to something, tapers up to something. This doesn't look like it got chopped off at the hip pockets right over here. Would not surprise me at all to see this thing turn around and run for the bottom. Now, it does look a little more finished on the bookmap volume profile. So maybe that's it. Maybe it's just a visual, perspective. I don't know. Just thought I'd point that out. Well, I'm going to take my own advice and go outside and get some fresh air, rest my eyes, get a little exercise. This is not something I'm going to participate in anymore today. As far as trades go, I'll be back to narrate and discuss what we're going to do with what I'm going to do and what my thinking is for the the next setup and vetting that for this kind of market condition. But I'm smart enough to know that this is not a market condition for me. So, there's my signal trade for the day. I'm not FOMO, I'm not chasing, I'm not doing anything. And there we are. And as I recommend every day, take a break, rest your eyes, get outside, stay healthy, fresh air. That's, you are the most important machine you have in your trading office. Not the monitors or the software or the strategies or any of the other crap that we all look at. If your eyes don't take in that data and your brain doesn't process it, what good is any of it? So be well rested, be hydrated, don't be on emotional tilts, be constantly aware of yourself so that FOMO and monkey boy don't take over. Be an adult, don't overtrade, don't do this. I don't chase, I don't FOMO. Am I bummed out that I took a stop? Absolutely. But it's, it's another trade. And now I realize that I've now breached my statistical probability for consecutive losers or stops. So I need to reevaluate the market condition and setup. All right, what happened? Same old, huh? So, yeah, well, it's been a disappointing day for me. Disappointing in a lot of ways, I guess, but I give this a lot of thought while I'm out on my journey here today. I definitely should probably start from the beginning, I guess. This is my trade. This was the trade today. Based on the context of the market, obviously big sell-off, initial balance trade, continuation trade as expected. I mean, as I have pre-vetted and stopped before I could say boo. So I just stand back. That exceeded the limit of consecutive stops on in my backtest data. So that's outside the limit that I should expect, consider normal. So I need to review the whole enchilada. That is 7. There's out of 498 days, the consecutive losers or stops was 6. This is 2. This is 8. That's right. And consecutive winners is 35. Wow. You know, it still has potential, but what I'm going to do now is to work on developing an alternative strategy, which I've already kind of started on in the background, but for times when there's a real basic market change, and especially one where there's high volatility. Now, I don't know where we are now, but let's see what the volatility is. Well, we've been holding over 5, 3.5 all day. As high as 7.5. Got down to a low of about 2.5 here. I don't know if I can do this or not. No, we can't. And now we're up over 4.5. Well, that's way too volatile. This is points, not ticks. Points, average true range in a 1-minute bar. Well, that's no good for, if I'm taking 3-point stops, 3-point target, and, T1 and a 12 or 48 tick T2, that's impossible. That would be, well, not impossible, but you got to really almost be lucky, I think. So what I'm going to do is develop another strategy that I backtest as normal before for this different environment. Hey Ron, what's up? From RTHL to RTHL, you mean full swings? No, definitely not. That wouldn't be something that I would be able to backtest or vet, really, that I could think of just standing here. I'd have to come up with a system of, just like you're aware, these are the rules that are involved for the initial balance trade. Just just these simple initial balance trades. And the trade that I took right there, now this is the system, took this one. I didn't follow through, and mine was a stop right over here. But I'm going to look at, as I'm just saying, I'm going to look at vetting a situation where I have a something for more volatile, smaller swings, smaller targets for a more volatile environment. Because this is, and I also I'm also going to review the back testing to see if there's something to do with the implementation of the rules themselves by the backtest engine that are being misleading for me, just to make sure about that. But from RTHL to RTHL. And I tell you where where long-term trade like that would be pretty impossible for me is managing the risk. Unless you just get a super lucky mean reversion trade, which is essentially what you're talking about is a mean reversion trade. But you're talking about two of them. You're talking about a mean reversion, outside in, outside in. And that they were the trades today that paid out. I expected and traded per signals a IB continuation. No good. The mean reversion trades would be, I don't know where the best place to look at that would be. Mean reversion trade would definitely be the best. So there we go. Outside in, outside in, outside in, outside in, mean reversion. It's a balanced rotational environment. And so that mean reversion trades, a lot of that are floating around. Rods trades them frequently, and I do have initial balance failure, IB failure trade, but I guess I let my prejudice or my thinking, we gapped down, we closed the gap just by a little, and then we took off low. So my initial reaction was that we had a following gap rules, we should expect to trade in the direction of the gap if they're not accepted in price. And I was looking for, perhaps incorrectly so, the IB continuation. But what you're talking about is an IB failure, which is down here, fails, back in, hasn't made it to the top yet. But if you took the IB failure out of here somewhere, it didn't get stopped out, and you were just trailing up below these swing lows, you're, almost all the way across the range. That's what, a 60-point range in just the IB today. So that would be, there you are, 62-point range. It would just be, that would be the trade. It would be a mean reversion trade. And yeah, that's a lot of people use that. And another thing that I need to do, I had recognized the other day, or some time ago, and I've talked about it in here, that I am going to, the thing that needs to happen if you have a very, say, a low risk, high reward, or higher R multiple setup or strategy, you need to have a number of signals in the day. With the initial balance trade, it can be 1 or 2 signals in a day only. And that I don't think that pans out as well. Now, an IB, in a migrating POC, the mean reversion as you're talking about, those are things to think about. And I need a plan by next week. That I have built and vetted and, you know, all that stuff. And basically today, my I don't know if it's a problem or not, but at this point I traded in with context. And who knows when that's going to happen. Unfortunately. I mean, that's to take an initial balance continuation trade down here with this market so far. That's, I don't think, unreasonable at all. Remember that we didn't know about all the rest of the trade yet. Right there. And that was the first initial balance signal. Right there. And that's what I took. Now, depending on how lucky you got, had I taken this initial IB failure trade right here, but if I took it as I would normally or at the initial balance rather than the lower target, this would be a stop. So even though it is clearly the move, or need to widen out in this environment, need to widen out the stops and targets, which means increasing the risk, which I don't think is advisable for me. And this is a real live account with my money. So One was just asking me if the non-farm payroll was going to be, it's still canceled for tomorrow, and it apparently is. Pretty incredibly so. Okay, so here we go. It's the world famous power hour. It's pretty obvious what we had happen today. Remember, we opened on a gap down. We traded, sorry about that. Gap down, and we traded hard down, and then this happened. Basically, they're going to just shook everybody out, and they're going to bring it back up around open, and it will just been one giant kettle of retail soup and speculation, having making no statement at all about the value of the S&Ps, essentially. So yeah. Now let's take a quick look at the, I think I've pretty well gone over enough different times here how I approach the business of trading, and that I approach it from a point of view of statistics and probabilities. The idea there is that I've identified, in this case, the initial balance trades and worked out the rules that validate them for me, from my point of view, and then I backtest, and I'm trading per the backtesting rules. And I've gone over that plenty. So here are those rules for the two. There's two trades involved with the initial balance. There's a failure, like here. Boo. Comes down, takes the IB, fails, failure, instead of continuation. And today, for me, actually, these are the example here, and that just too much volatility, as I was just talking about. Meaning, we're averaging, 3.5. We've been 7, 8, 9 handles wide on a 1 minute bar. This is average true range. Well, you've got to be surgically lucky not to get shaken out in that environment with the trade setup and the risk neutral package setup that I use. So I probably didn't recognize that soon enough, and needed to have done so quicker. Now, I took one trade, stopped, and I haven't taken another one, and I won't intend to. It's not FOMO, I don't have those things. Of course, everyone feels them and has those emotions. It's how you deal with them that matters. And I try to be continually aware of that stuff. And when I experience those things, FOMO or, chasing or any of that stuff, I don't act on it. That's the difference. We're never going to get rid of those emotions. So, don't kid yourself there, I don't think. Anyway, these are the rules for the initial balance trade. And this is where I plot them, just to visually confirm what's happening where I think it should. I can set it up in various ways. For example, I set this system up as I have it on Bookmap. So there's a 12 tick stop, 12 tick T1, 48 tick T2, and in this case, trigger at 12 ticks to entry. In other words, when we hit T1, it brings the stop up to entry. And then what I do is, I didn't want to do that. Damn it. Sorry about that. Wrong button. She said, it's the wrong button. These are all systems I've worked on. Come on. This is the one I wanted to close. This is the one I didn't want to close. Now, once again, these are the rules. And the way the backtest works is real straightforward. The backtest engine in the system evaluates every one of these rules over every 1 minute or n periodicity bar that you have set up in your system. In my case, it's 1 minute. For as many days as you tell it to go back and look. And there is absolutely no discretion. There is absolutely no anything except executing the rules specifically as they have been created, as in this case, as I've created them. The thing for me that makes this quite impressive and important is that I built this system, and I'm training it live now by, across over there, and I've gone to a lot of links here to get the the signal markers and the pullback and continuation zones and the trigger zones and all of that stuff, these are just indicators on this chart. But I did all of that so that I could try to be as accurate as possible, identifying each and every trade. Well, soon realized that was impossible for me to do as specifically as the computer would do it. So I just moved away from that immediately. And the setup here, and I'll give you an example. Let's just backtest 500 days. Now think about it. 500 days RTH session of 1 minute candlesticks. How long do you imagine it would take you to keep scrolling back through here and determine whether, was this really the signal? Did I take the trade? Did I hit the stop? All that, And if you don't do it specifically and accurately and exactly, then that data is not statistically significant and cannot be included in your backtest. So this only made sense. Backtest, 500 days, remember? Boom. Now something is major wrong right there. So something is broken here because this should be about $24,000. So that's interesting. Perhaps I've got something wrong here. I did do some editing in here yesterday, and that could be part of the issue. But anyway, okay, it is what it is. It backtested 498 days, 223,283 1-minute candlesticks, and it took 8 seconds. Of that time, there were only 897 trades, which is completely bogus. I know it should be about 1,100 because I've done this same backtest countless times. So I've obviously made an mistake. I've broken one of the rules. That's what's happened. Anyway, but this is a good enough example. You can get the point. And so here would be the daily or the per trade. Oh, come on. This is the per trade idea. So there are 164 winning trades at $28. Oh yes, completely upside down. And there's 508 trades, losers at $13.34, which is completely upside down. And so what I need to do is now, anyway, so here would be the winner, consecutive winners, the consecutive losers. And what I would need to do to validate and find exactly where the problem is to look over here, because this is each and every trade. See, I know what's wrong. Each and every trade and the outcome. So I can go down to the bottom here, or I can not trade. I can not backtest 500 days. I can backtest 4. You know. Here's, and this is only good through yesterday. So I can look at these trades and see exactly what this is doing and what this is doing wrong. And it's got to do with the stop. And be sure that I see entry. See what we've got here is short, stop, short, stop, short, stop. There's no winning trades in there. So what I've done last night, I was trying to change the system around, and I obviously, when I just closed it over here and didn't save it, that was a bad mistake. So there's no T1, there's no T2. Do you see that? The point of the story is this is each and every trade put on by the system and the results. And just looking back through here, I don't see one. Well, there's only 168 of them, so that's not surprising. I don't see one positive T1, T2, etc. So I'll have to do some, go back through the code this afternoon and see what the hell I did wrong. There's a T1. So there's a short T1 and then a stop. And that's correct. Again, long T1, long stop, correct? There's no T2, there's no anything. Okay, so that's how you do that's how I would do the back test. It's a perfect example, actually, I guess. And then the next step I take is to take those back tests and pull them into this workbook. And each one of these is a back test representing however many days, however many trades, how many wins, how many losses, instrument, how it's set up, everything about it. And the last ones I've done out of curiosity recently, yeah, this is the third. Anyway, the instrument, tick size or tick value, periodicity, and then it's 12, 12, 48, and when we reach 12 ticks, it goes to 0. There's 498 trades. This is what that should read. When I fix the code, it will, or close to it, because this was yesterday before I tried my tweaks. 1,129 trades, 769 of them winners, $35 average winner, 210 losers. For stops, $13 average stop, 150 scratch. There's a $1.74 or 74% win rate, loss rate, expectancy, R factor, 37 consecutive winners, 6 consecutive losers. The amount of money that it's profitable over 498 days, the commissions, and the net. So today I'm now 2 trades over this expectancy. Means there's something wrong. Either the system, which even though it doesn't look right, it may not look right on the back test. I trade it manually on Bookmap, so tells me that there's something wrong with the market, because the system has been pretty consistently profitable until about a couple of weeks ago, and it took a while because it doesn't throw many trades a day, sometimes only one, to get 6 consecutive losers. You can't change anything about your system if the parameters are within range. Obviously, nobody's ever going to complain about consecutive winners. But consecutive losers, you can't throw your system out the window and say it's no good if you've got 2 consecutive losers in a row when you've done an in-depth, statistically significant data set backup or backtest, and the maximum consecutive losers is 6. Now I can be worried. So that's how I approach it. And then I also have a tool here for sizing up from minis, micros. Oh, thank you. Ooh, fresh squeezed orange juice. Oh. I'm trying to get lucky, maybe. This is how I size up from every trade here, and this calculates the number of trades at size to size up from micros to minis, and it's all systematically calculated based on 1.33 times the value in ticks of a mini stop, full stop, 2 mini risk neutral 2-lot mini full stop. So this is how many points I need to generate in micros to qualify for scale up to a mini. That's about the only way I know to approach it. So I'm going to drink my fresh orange juice here. I'll look at what is wrong with this code. If I see that, I'll point it out. And we'll have the market on recap at the bottom of the hour. Market on close at the at 1450. There you go. Really good. Okay, so I guess there's no, I got nothing to hide here, as it's my virtual journal, isn't it? So there you go. Now, I am pretty amazed at this. Quite amazed at this, actually. Let's stop this down to 4 days. Backtest. And see what we get. I'm going to get to the bottom of these. It's going to be all 53s. Yeah. Yeah. There's no T1s being taken. Okay, now let's see how I manage to break this. Jeez. One of the things that I don't know how to do, if anybody does, please let me know. I don't know how to make a backup of this entire system, and I'll tell you why I'm saying that. I can save as, but if I open another system and start to build it, these rules will be there. So I've started doing this risk neutral trading preference and prefix and then the other one like TM, the risk neutral TM, that's for live trading, and I've now done risk neutral trading OR, opening range, but it keeps a lot of the same rules, so that's pretty spooky. I'd like to be able to just back up the whole thing somewhere. Okay. Let's see what's going on here. 12, 12, 48, 12, 0. Sorry for crunching my eyes in the mic. I'm looking for something over here. I did something last night. I was trying to be clever. Here we go. Let's look at opening range. Opening range main. I think the problem is I don't see opening range main here at all. And that was quite an in-depth. There's a lot of changes down here to do with the opening range trade. Well, I'm going to be pretty bummed if I've lost all of that. Just in a hurry and clicking no or something over here, or save or whatever. Boy, my eyes are getting bad. Oh. Huh. Wow, that's pretty weird. That's really weird completely. Well, let's do something here. I'm going to be pretty... I spend a lot of hours doing this, and you may not, appreciate that, but I'm just an old cowboy from Montana, so this is a lot of work for me. If I was a code warrior, I'm so impressed and in awe of these fellas that just, jump on something and code the crap out of it in about 10 minutes. That just really, really impresses me. Now, I want to see something here. There's an OR main. I thought so. I don't know. You see the name of this signal here? That's what I was looking for. And this is the opening range trade that I worked up, and it works quite well. The trade it kind of confirmed my suspicions that it's just internet YouTube bullshit that these influencers do. About every 3 months, they'll circulate around and say that they've got this 97% win rate, opening range trade, blah, 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 blah. So I thought, well, I want to see if this is true. I built this opening range trade window, and I can set up the these parameters. Opening range period, opening range distance, ticks, all that kind of stuff. And it's just useless, which is what I thought. And the problem with that is, the reason they do that, apparently, is to bring in a crop of newbies that don't know any better. Subscribers to their channels. Because people that do know better are not going to, they already know about that. I guess that's the plan. Seems pretty devious and underhanded, but I've started notice since I saw that. Yeah, it seems to be the truth. Seems to be the case. Pretty weird. Pretty disappointing, actually. Like this Barbie chick and whatever. A lot of them. And apparently, another reason that they do it apparently is because it's real. You can, it's the opening range trade. So there's an opening range every day of every trade. So it's real simple to go through and cherry pick out some chart examples and make it look like $1 million. I'm going to change these around. What I did the other night, I wanted to change. I changed these to last, wanting to be more accurate. The way, something that you should know if you're going to get into this kind of thing. Backtesting engines typically, they don't know anything about intraday tick data, right? It's high-low close. And so, if I want to be more accurate or more specific or more granular than 1 minute, I need to set the periodicity that way. Now, I don't know if that has had anything to do with these longs and things that are down here, but let's backtest this and see what the hell happens. Hold on in case she blows. Two winners, no losers. That's suspicious. Short, one stop, should be a scratch, yes. Long, stop, there's a... Well, that's wrong. Now I've got to get in there and change. I've obviously broken it. Here's T1, T2. That's correct. Here's short, stop, short, stop. Those are both correct. Is this right? Let's see here something. Oh, no. Yeah, this is correct. So this is what these are a scratch, right? Because it's taken. No, this. Now I'm getting confused. Confusing myself. Let me do it this way. Now this is wrong. This should be short. This should be a full stop. So I've got to go through the code. I won't do that today, obviously, but I'll do it today. I mean, right after the session, I will. Oh, I'm talking about on stream. Stop. I'll have to go through that carefully. I'm not in a hurry here on the stream. All right, so let's do the market recap, huh? Well, here we are. There's the there's Blue Boy. There's the open. And there we are. Retail soup, baby. Including me. Just about a perfect balanced rotation profile. The only thing I said once, and I'm saying it again, notice how the profile tapers to the upside and kind of looks like the auction. You know, $50, $40. Who gives me $20? Who gives me $5? Who gives me $1? You know, the auction comes to a close. What happened down here? Who gives me 1,000? Do I have 1,000? Do I have one? Doesn't look like it came to a normal conclusion to me. I don't like those. Similar over here, right? Now, according to market profile and all that, there's a poor high and a poor low and a weak high and a weak low and all those little, you know, 2 TPOs and a bunch of stuff like that. But I just look at it visually. And you look at any of these other profiles and they look better to me. So I would be expecting that we're going to get some more low side. Maybe not today, maybe the overnight, but there you go. That's what I'm thinking. Other than that, it was a rotational. If you've got a good mean reversion set up, vetted, you're probably a pretty happy chappy right now. And remember that this is IRT, Investor RT, and that the heading of all these charts has the instrument, the periodicity, the chart type, and the session. So that's easy to decipher from your side. This is my micro composite or high time frame chart for the micro ES. RTH session, daily candlesticks, wherever price overlaps, I pull a volume profile around them. Now this is going to be I'll have to give this some thought. It did overlap right here. So technically it's correct. And here's today. Market profile. These are the micros, and this same configuration exactly for the minis. Yeah. We've gone through, we've been recording a little under 100% volume most all the day, but the ATR, the volatility is quite high. And that's what caught a lot of people off guard, I suppose. Spent a lot of time talking about this already. So let's look at the what we hope to have coming up tomorrow. Now this is investing.com. You notice that the non-farm payroll has been removed. Our illustrious Bureau labor statistics. What to say? That's for tomorrow. Earnings is going to be, you know, we're in the thick of it. This is pretty funny, actually. Amazon is out to look at this. This is the earnings for today, only today. So yeah, earnings season, the thick of it. And you can filter by market cap and stuff if you want to, I'm sure. And tomorrow, what do we got? Nothing usually on Friday. Well, Toyota and Philip Morris, so the biggies. Let's see about the economic calendar for tomorrow. We've looked at that. Next week, well, I suppose they'll come around with something that they're going to do next week, I guess. So that's where we are, and this is now can be filtered for whatever you want. It's completely free. One thing I really like about investing.com, you notice how these are links. So if you don't know what an initial jobless claims report is about, you can click on that. And drum roll, please. There they are. Here are the previous reports. Who puts it out? You know, that's pretty handy. And it does not exist on the other news source that I use, which is Financial Juice. Now, Financial Juice, well, let me start over. Investing.com only reports normal, traditional economic reports and releases, non-farm payroll, CPI, PMI, you know, initial jobless claims, housing starts. Financial Juice has a similar idea as far as their docket goes, but they do stuff that they do pick up these. Where'd it go? Trump's having, you know, any place where there's a potential microphone moment or some interruption to the auction, they pick those up through the day. And I really appreciate that. Now, you know, let's look at tomorrow. You won't see anything here tomorrow. By this time tomorrow afternoon, you can bet your butt there's going to be some of these things down here. And that's really important because those things are, in this current environment, those can be very definitely market and auction disruptors. So I appreciate that. The right side over here is more of a squawk box, and it is where we're going to see the market on close imbalance at 1450. So there you go. I'm going to get back to my trying to figure out how I managed to break my back test and be really pissed about that. I think I know something I want to do. I think that might have an effect. It means I broke something else. That's the trigger for the trail. I love when that happens. No. Oh, that's right. 4 trades. Huh. Let's look. Come on. What I want to see is 75 and 30. That's wrong. This should be. That should be 15. Let's move this T1 to cover here. Let's set it down to 39, which increased that should only be 15, like right here. This is correct. There's a short, there's T1, there's T2, and they're exactly correct. This is another long. And this is a scratch. That's right. And this is a scratch. Okay. So let's, I've broken the trailing stop thing, it looks like. Let's change this back test to something meaningful. Let's give it the, I don't know, 50 days. Well, there you go. So that's correct. And this ought to say 107, or it ought to say 75, which is right there is okay. 33 winners, 16 losers. It's that I've screwed up that trailing stop somehow. Okay. And that's important because that made quite a big difference, actually. Come on. When these lags start getting out of control, or something's going on, I don't know what. Thank you for getting all shook up there, Mr. IRT. Why is this thing having so much trouble thinking? I don't get it. Oh, well. I guess not my day. Whew, that was painful. Save. Close. Get away from there. Make sure it's not on here anymore. Oh. That removes the trading system from this chart. Wow. That's pretty painful, huh? So we've got about 6 minutes. I can continue to goof around here. This is the opening range trade chart. And there you are. There's the opening range for today, set at 1 minute. Now, the way this works is, see if this works. God damn, I'm sick of that. I don't know what's wrong with this thing, but I hope it gets fixed, or I hope I find something that replaces it, frankly. And that's exactly where I'm at. You know? These are tools that I want to help me. I don't want it to be some giant pain in the ass that it'll play like a freaking calliope. Just irritating. So this is the opening range trade, and let's take a look at how I have it set up. You can see the parameters up here. 1 minute period, 20 point range. Stops 2 ticks below the opposite side. Entry is 2 ticks above. And these can all be set here. Now, is that right? 33 to 42. That's pretty close to that's 13. Okay, that's 13 handles wide. Now, what this is a limit. So if the opening range is greater than or equal to this limit, no trades are taken. I can set that for however I want, and I do that over here. So there's 20 ticks opening range. Well, we've got 13, so let's make this 15 just for fun. See if it works. 2 ticks, trail 0. Break even, stop plus entry 0. $12, 48. High, low. I think they should say 60. I don't think it should work with 0. Let's check. Okay. So if we apply this to the chart, the way the rules are real simple. There's the opening range. Let's go over here and make it bigger. So there's the opening range. The first bar that breaks the opening range and plus 2 ticks, you go short. If it's the low, if it's the upper one, and only 1 trade per day. So it's either this one or that one. There's nothing up here, so it should be a short. If this bar gets to T1, it would be a scratch. If not, it goes across here, and the stop should be 2 ticks above the opposite side of the opening range. Let's see what happens. Fingers crossed. Let's do this by this. Let's put the stop here so we know where that, we know where that went. And nothing today. It says here. That's only 13 handles. Or 15 handles. Let's see if it's applying it and just not to today. Yes. Okay, so here we have something doesn't look right. I must have broken some severely when I was beating around on this last night. No trade here. That doesn't make any sense. Where is there a trade? Let's try this. Well, these levels are here for some reason. Well, I've obviously broken this system, and that makes me pretty disappointed. There's our market on close imbalance. Back to reality here. There's our market on close imbalance. Let's see what those numbers are. Okay. 309 million buy side, 100 or 30 million sell side NAS, 254 million buy side Dow 30, 25 million sell buy side Mag 7. There you go. That's the day right there. Now get back to my what I've broken here and how I'm not sure, but That's better. And to the back test. Four. Okay. Now, what I'm curious about is this irresponsiveness really makes me crazy. Well, we don't see. I'm not getting over there. I don't know where these are coming from. This is the stop and that's the target. But none of these are in the right spot. So there's something goofy. I've broken something here in my flailings last night, I guess. I reboot the system. Oh, here we are back down to the initial balance low. Look at there. Remember when I said there's no excess on the bottom? Well, let's see what they do. See what they do with it down here. Boy, if you were doing mean reversion trades, you were a happy chappy. Not me. Wow, I really don't know what I've done here, but I'm pretty not happy about it. That's for damn sure. I I didn't mess with this opening range trade last night at all. I'm wondering if it's just a glitch in the system. I'm gonna restart IRT every night after 4 o'clock during the system changeover to reset everything because the people are still using those price values, session prices. That's really, really disappointing. Huh. Well, that's irritating, but it is what it is. There's no way I'm taking any trades. First of all, I can't because I have my end of day rules set for 14:30. So even if I were in a trade, it would flatten me out at 14:30, and I'm certainly not going to enter some trade 4 minutes before the 4 minutes before the close. Even though this is great, this is a great mean reversion. Just take a long down here, and you're a big star up here. 20. That's 15 handles. 15 handles. Holy crap. 5, 10, 15 handles. My goodness. Maybe I should take a trade, huh? Wow. That's pretty amazing. So we're gonna have this. Oh, I forgot to do my snap here. My daily snap. So here's the outcome of the day. There's all the stats and the trade and everything else. I should have taken that. What it hurt, I guess. Huh? Okay. Yeah, that's pretty amazing. Throw that long on right here and go into the close in 3 minutes and pick up 20 handles. Holy crap, that's incredible. 80 ticks. My. This is a problem I have with Bookmap. This looked to me like about 4 or 5 handles here because I'm used to having this one point high. And so this is 68.05 and this is 68.22 or 25. That's 15 handles across there instead of 5. So, yeah, not very much fun there. I'm really real curious to see what's going on with IRT and these back tests. That's really annoying. That's for damn sure. Wow. Well, that's, yeah, I should have just thrown one on. Woulda, shoulda, coulda. If I was a rearview mirror guy, I would have done that. And we've got about 3 seconds to that cash close. And then what are they going to do with the closing swing trade? You never know. There it is. Whoop. So have yourself a great afternoon. Go out and do something healthy. I'm going to scratch my head about what the hell to do next over here. And at this moment in time, I can safely say I don't know. But I would suppose I'd come up with a plan before this is over. So there you go. Have a good one. See you tomorrow.